I'd like to call this meeting to order. Village of Ridgewood Village Council, regular public meeting. Today is December 11, 2019. The time is 8:02 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same, as provided by law, but scheduled, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Newton. Here. Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh. Here. And Mayor Hache.
Here. Please stand for the flag salute. Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of the brave men and women serving our nation's armed forces and as first responders. And let's also think about the victims of the recent shootings in Jersey City, including police officer Joseph Seals. Thank you. I move the bills, claims, and vouchers and statement of funds on hand as of November 30th, 2019 be accepted as submitted.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move that the Village Council minutes of November 13, 2019, having been reviewed by the Village Council and now available in the Village Clerk's office, be approved as submitted.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. And we have special, as you can tell by looking around the room, we have some special recognitions tonight. And we have a lot of men and women dressed in blue. And one of the things, you know, the recent tragedy in Jersey City reminds us of a few things. One is how precious human life is, and the other, just how fortunate we are to count on the protection of our brave men and women in blue, our police. And a special appreciation for the fact that when they get dressed to go to work in the morning, they don't know what they're going to encounter that day. They don't know even if they will be able to return home to their families at the end of the day. And while statistically most of us hopefully won't be victims of an active shooter, it's more probable that we will be at some point in time in harm's way, and we will need the protection of our police to do that. And they protect us in many ways. They keep our community safe by preventing crimes, by making, for example, drunk driving arrests, preventing tragedy, and also when we are in peril, they can rescue us just as being trapped inside of a motor vehicle after an accident. So we're very fortunate to have our police here tonight, and we have a series of recognitions, the first of which is going to be the swearing in of Police Officer James Bigos, and I will ask my council colleagues to join me on the floor, please. Hello? James, raise your right hand, repeat after me. I, James Bigos, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of police officer according to the best of my ability. So help me God. big hand for James. Welcome, James. And we have a special recognition for a group of officers tonight. I will ask the Deputy Mayor to help me with the first one, if you don't mind, Susan.
The chief has a full description, I believe, so.
First, we'll call Police Chief Jacqueline Lutke up. And then we're going to call up Sergeant Kyle Finch. Oh, I'm sorry. Which one? Can I reverse it? Oh, sure. Oh,
Sure. We don't want to make anybody mad. You have the list there? Yes. Perfect. So we have a special recognition for the most DWI arrests in Ridgewood, and that is for police officers Keith Killian, Kyle Monton, and Kyle Scarpa. If you can come up, please.
thank you. So now we're on service and motor vehicle accidents, so we're going to call up Sergeant Kyle Finch, patrol officers Jack Knudsen, Brandon Donnelly, Kyle Monton, Patrick Daly, Christopher Mormino, and do we have our Glen Rock police officer here? Is our Glen Rock police officer? Well, we'll give him a mention anyway. Representative of Glen Rock, come on up. And this is on behalf of Glen Rock Police Sergeant Greg Carter. Okay, so we're going to turn this over to Chief Lutke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, for this opportunity to highlight the incredibly brave action taken by our officers, which led to the saving of a person's life who was in significant danger. On July 13th, 2019, a motor vehicle accident occurred on the border of Glen Rock and Ridgewood. The accident was severe, and both vehicles were very heavily damaged. One of the drivers was trapped inside a vehicle and sustained significant injuries. Due to the impact, the other vehicle involved began to smoke and catch fire. The two vehicles came to rest within a few feet of each other, and the trapped driver was in grave danger. Glen Rock officers responded to the scene and asked for assistance in the rescue and investigation efforts. Sergeant Kyle Finch, the Ridgewood officer in charge at the time, began to respond, and he directed other Ridgewood personnel to do the same. As Sergeant Finch and Officer Knudsen arrived on scene, they acted without hesitation to begin working to remove the victim from the car. All of the officers on scene were exposed to the flames from the burning vehicle, yet they continued to work to remove the victim and get him to safety. The damage to the vehicle was extensive, and the victim was severely entangled inside the wreckage. He was injured and unable to assist in any way. The victim was also very large, at approximately 6'7" and over 250 pounds, adding to the difficulty of the removal. After several tense moments and exhaustive work by the officers, the victim was removed from the vehicle after the officers were able to pry the metal open with their bare hands and the makeshift tools they had available to them. This type of work is normally done by the use of hydraulic tools, commonly known as the jaws of life. For their actions on that date, Sergeant Kyle Finch and Officer Jack Knudsen are being awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. This is the second highest honor the Ridgewood Police Department can bestow upon our officers and is awarded for an act of heroism and bravery with an imminent risk of injury and or death. Officers Brandon Donnelly, Detective Kyle Monton, Officer Chris Mormino, Officer Patrick Daly. They are to be awarded the Meritorious Service Medal for their actions on that day. These officers provided an almost continuous stream of fire extinguishers to Glen Rock Sergeant Greg Carter, who was fighting to keep the flames at bay and away from our officers. Each time these officers brought a fresh extinguisher, they were within feet of the burning vehicle and in very close proximities to those flames. They further aided in securing the scene and rerouting traffic, providing for the safety of the general public and personnel working the scene. All officers involved worked as one impressive unit, working hard despite the dangers to rescue a victim of a terrible motor vehicle crash and remove him from harm's way. Therefore, all officers will also be awarded the unit citation for their combined unit action whose coordinated efforts resulted in the saving of life of a victim at great personal danger. Finally, the Ridgewood Police Department recently approved an award named to honor Chief Frederick Blackshaw, who was a founding member and first chief of the Ridgewood Police Department. He died suddenly while in service to our department on March 10, 1932. The award is awarded for exceptional leadership and was created to honor his memory. Sergeant Kyle Finch showed exceptional leadership by his actions, orders, and the example he set for his officers on the scene that day. Sergeant Finch brings an incredible value to our department through his courtesy, dependability, knowledge, fairness, professionalism, and outstanding leadership during those times of stress. Sergeant Finch's leadership in directing his officers to the scene that day directly led to a man's life being saved. And for this reason, Sergeant Finch is to be awarded the first Chief Frederick Blackshaw Leadership Medal, not only for his actions that day, but his continued leadership in our department.
All right, we'll now move to public comments, not to exceed 3 minutes per person. Oh, eager. That's fine.
Jump the line.
Sing it. All at once. All right, come on up.
Push the button,
Okay.
and then bring the microphone up.
Okay. Hi, I'm Grace Freeborn. I live at 456 Beverly Road, and I go to Benjamin Franklin Middle School.
Hi, I'm Molly Hanrahan. I live 456 Hawthorne Place, and I go to Benjamin Franklin Middle School.
Hi, I'm Josephine Suazo. I live at 16 North Irving Street, and I go to Benjamin Franklin Middle School.
Hi, I'm Matilda Gondris. I live at 30 South Murray, and I go to George Washington Middle School.
Climate change is not something that will occur in the future. It's happening right now. Climate change is very real in the USA. I'm sure you've noticed. We must reflect on the crisis we are facing. Those of us equipped with knowledge and in positions of leadership have the moral responsibility to take action for the next generation.
Millions of children are already affected by climate change around the world and in the U.S. By virtue of its effect on sea levels, more frequent and severe hurricanes, heat waves and droughts, air pollution, forest fires, and increases in infectious diseases, climate change is already affecting the way children live. The relentless destruction of ecosystems is depriving our children of experiencing nature's beauty, clean air, safe drinking and recreational water, nutritious food supplies, and safe shelter. Please make climate change a priority and replant trees in Ridgewood one for one.
Shade trees are so important. They provide shade to cool homes, streets, and in fact the entire village. Cooler homes require less air conditioning, which reduces energy costs and its impact on the environment. Shade trees also clean the air and reduce ozone and carbon dioxide levels. They generate oxygen for fresher and healthier air, and they reduce rainwater runoff and erosion and stream pollution. They also provide habitats for our wildlife and increase the beauty and serenity of our village. They also increase property values and the sense of village commitment to the environment. In order to keep Ridgewood a beautiful place for the children of Ridgewood today and tomorrow, will you please allocate $150,000 for a line item for the shade trees? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a hard act to follow. Good evening.
If I could only be that cute. I'm Melanie Stern. I live at 299 Highland Avenue. And I moved to Ridgewood in 1997. A significant draw for me to come here was the library. I had two daughters at that time, and they were in elementary school, and we lived in Englewood. And we used their library extensively for story hour, and just to go there. They had programs, and when I found the library in Ridgewood, I found it was even better, and it has since then been, I feel, constantly improving. I became involved in the foundation because I wanted to help raise funds for enhancements over and above what I expected the town could underwrite. I feel we've been successful in getting our message and value to the community over the years. My interests have evolved over this period as well, and I now have a son who's graduating from college, from high school, and I will probably retire. So I'm looking for different kinds of services and programs from the town, which I have to say I have a friend who has just retired, and she looked at other communities, and she looked at communities that have community centers as part of it. And she came back and she said, I said, oh good, did you do your research? And she said, I did, and I think if I stay here, I think the library can offer me more than these other 55 and older communities. So that's what I'm hoping the library will say to me as well. So we as a community now have an opportunity for the state to help us finance further improvements. We have a generous matching gift from the Bolger Foundation for $1 million, and we have matched that with private donations, and we hope the town will approve a resolution to allocate $2 million to match what we've raised privately and to keep the library as a valuable investment for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rainu Vitale. I'm a resident of Ridgewood on 171 Bel Air Road. And I'm not someone who frequents Facebook or social media much, but I did recently go on Ridgewood Moms and Dads because I needed something. And I saw someone draw a chart about the library, and they did it in earnest. And they drew a chart to demonstrate what would happen if we had the renovation, and it was a flat line, and down the center was renovation before and after. And it said the programs and services will be the same, but the difference is a bigger library, so why bother? And I just kept thinking about this, and it occurred to me that we actually have that chart that we can draw. We have 1998. And in fact, if you drew the same chart using 1998 as the data point, what you would see is actually, it's not a flat line, but it's actually more like exponential growth in programs and services. And underlying that growth is the fact that, you know, back in 1998, as the mayor even noted, Amazon was only a bookstore, and people didn't really get to work from home. You couldn't read a book from the phone that sat in your back pocket, and students still studied at their desks at home, and they didn't do group projects. Today, all of that has changed, and the library has kept pace to deliver programs and services that have supported the community in ways we couldn't have imagined in 1998. So as I think about that chart, I think actually, if you drew it today, if we don't do the renovation, we're actually keeping the line stagnant, and we will force it to stay straight. And so I'm asking and requesting the council to please consider to help us continue to let that line grow exponentially to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Galshenan. I live at 231 Lot Road, and I'm a sophomore at Ridgewood High School. And I am one of the many high schoolers who uses the library on like a frequent basis, especially because it's so close to the high school, and it's one of the best places in town that you actually can study and learn. And one of the major problems with this library is that there is never any room to sit, to do group projects, to study. And we have a teen room for students, for kids in the high school, but it's not even as big as some red rooms. Like, probably only 5% of the students who actually go to the library can fit in that teen room. So instead they go upstairs where you can't talk, and it's normally for the adults. And then there's no room for the adults, which it's meant for, and there's no room for the students because there are so many students using this library. So it would really just benefit the school system and the students inside the school system if we were to allow for a bigger library, because then there could be more opportunities for these students to work. During times like finals week and AP test week, there is no way that you can actually get a place to sit in the library unless you come here right in the beginning of the morning, because there's always so many people here. And to expand the library would also allow for more opportunity for students to actually sit here and work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jay Friedman, 339 Cedar Avenue. I wholeheartedly support the renovation project at the library. I think the library plays an amazing role in our community. I guess we all do. Nobody's debating that. I just think we need to respond to how the library, the role of libraries has morphed. We have 21st century needs now. I believe that this is a golden opportunity to take advantage of grants from the state that we might not get to see again for a very long time, if ever. And I keep asking myself, what do we care about? What do we value in this community? And I think that we need to invest in what we truly value, and that's our public library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Noelle Kokoletsis. I'm at 221 Claremont Road. This is my husband, Marshall Crane. We were born and raised in this town and have lived here all our lives, and we have 2 children in this town. My eldest is 17 years old, and he's on the autistic spectrum. I am also, by the way, a huge fan of the library, but we're here to talk about the health barn tonight specifically. I wanted to make the council aware of all the amazing things the health barn is doing for the special needs community. My son, like I mentioned, is 17, and as these kids get older, their social opportunities become greatly restricted. You know, when they're young, they have all these things. When they get into high school, it's much less, not to mention the economic opportunities. So the health barn, you know, they teach wellness and healthy lifestyle to all kids, but for this kids, it's even more important because as they get older and are underutilized in the workforce, they tend to stay home more, they can become overweight, they need much more healthy lifestyle training. So I approached Stacy in the health barn about a year ago for a social event called Teen Chef Nights. She came up with it. It became a huge hit. It started last year. The kids go on Friday nights. It's co-ed, so these teenagers can hang out with the opposite sex. They can learn how to interact with one another. They cook at the health barn, and then they sit at a table and break bread together, just like you would with other couples when you go out to dinner. And they chat, and they eat the food they make, and they talk about things, and they laugh. And it's been such a success that the Ridgewood High School transition coordinator, Michael Kilcullen, has now created that Teen Chef Night as part of his social group at the high school called the Squadrilaterals. And we've combined the two, so it's a bigger group. They've met now more people, more boys and girls hanging out together. So it's been phenomenal. The second thing, just recently, I approached Stacy a couple months ago because we were trying to now create an economic aspect to this group of kids. You know, they can, you know, your normal teenagers go out, they babysit, they earn a few bucks, they feel good about themselves, they can buy something. These kids don't really have those opportunities. So I talked to her, and because they did the Teen Chef Night, and these kids are amazing chefs, and they can pass food around, and we said, there's got to be some jobs they can do here. Let's have an event where we invite you and I, just the general public, and the kids will work the event. We had that last Friday. It was a magical night. I mean, everybody who came, there's people in this audience who were here, and everybody who came just said it was phenomenal. The kids took coats, they checked people in, they handed coats back at the end of the night, they helped cook the food, they put the food on the trays, they were servers. It was amazing. They all got paid at the end of the night for their services, so they each went home with a few bucks, and they couldn't have felt better about themselves. So if you have anything to add, I just want to put a plug out there and just talk about what, you know, the other thing I want to add is the health barn is very unique. I don't know if there's another venue in town where the kids could have been in a kitchen helping cook food and serving. I'm really not aware if it is. You know, I could be made aware of it, but I think it's an extremely unique place in our village, and I'm proud to be a part of that and have it here.
The health barn is run by Stacy Antine, and
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we're up. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait. No, hold on.
Wait a minute. Technically.
You're a separate person. Go ahead. You have another 3 minutes.
No, I won't take time. The point is, without the generosity and the openness of the health barn, these kids would have spent another evening home looking at iPads, looking at computers, being isolated. It was one night, but it was a great night. And so we just wanted to say thank you to the health barn. Without them, it wouldn't have happened. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jihan Muhammad. I live on 528 Amsterdam Avenue. I've been a resident of Ridgewood for 28 years, and I also happen to start working in the library with my first job, actually, for 10 years. I've seen how the library served our community from newborns and on. I myself participated in presenting workshops for our seniors who needed help with technology. Actually, one time it was really interesting to see. I was at the reference department, and one of our librarians was helping a lady on the phone filling out a form. I don't remember, it was a tax form or an insurance form, and that woman was hard of hearing, and it took her half an hour. It took the librarian half an hour to get that woman to fill out the form. Very patient, and it was one of the things that really stood with me, because this is what the library is all about. personally, the library helped me since I started working here, shelving books until now. I have a doctorate degree in library science, and I'm a college professor. So I want to say that the libraries constantly need to adapt to the changing demands of our community. I know someone would say that why pay the money if we give the same service, but it's not about the numbers. It's about the quality of those services. If the library does not meet the needs of our youth, especially, who are because of technology, are more social learners, just who else would? So as you vote today for the library, I want you to think about your children, your grandchildren. If the library did not meet their needs, where would they go? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm not here to talk about the library. My name is Judy Mack. I reside at 330 Eastbrook Road, and I want to voice my concern and frustration regarding the 4 Glen School pickleball courts. At any given time, up to 16 people can play at the pickleball courts from 8 a.m. to dusk. In addition to the pickleball sound, the traffic and the parking will increase significantly. This will cause major noise pollution in the area and lower the quality of life for residents permanently. Not only will everyone from Ridgewood come here to play, people from other towns will also come when they find out that the 4 courts are there. What's most upsetting is that no one was informed ahead of this decision. Nobody in Salem Ridge was given the opportunity to vote on this decision. Why should our quality of life be lowered while somebody else is having fun at our expense? Pickleball courts should not be located right next to people's backyards, side yards, or front yards. The plan to erect 3 walls around the courts adjacent to residents' yards in an attempt to lower the noise by 50 to 80% is a bandaged solution and is unacceptable. We pay high taxes to afford us a tranquil neighborhood, and we want to be able to open our windows during the spring and summer to enjoy the fresh air, sit in our backyards, swim in the pools, walk our pets, stroll the neighborhood, and ride our bikes without having to hear the constant irritating pickleball sound. But with 4 pickleball courts, this neighborhood will never be the same. This is something we do not want to endure forever. Please consider the following immediate actions to address this issue. We want to clearly understand what the process is for making this decision and who made the decision. Put up a sign requiring muted balls to be used on courts at all times. Put up a sign stating no playing after 6 p.m. with no exceptions. Lock the courts until the issues are addressed satisfactorily. We want the following medium-term actions to be taken, and please consider this. The town must notify residents when they plan to put up pickleball courts in the neighborhood. Remove the 4 Glen School pickleball courts and bring back the tennis courts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. John Saraceno, 17 Coventry Court. I, too, attended the event on Friday night at the Health Barn. It was a special night, and Noel and Marsha were a lot of reason to do for that as well. So great to see it, and it was a joy to watch those kids do that. But I'm here to speak about the library. I was a past board member, past president of the board, actively involved in the capital campaign to raise the money privately to do it and to make the improvements. But to me, this is not even about the library. This is clearly, just in my mind, a fiscal issue. And the fiscal issue is that's a village-owned piece of property. It's a village building. And when someone offers $2 million to be invested into a village-owned asset, I don't see how the council can not respect that as well as consider it from a fiscal perspective. Getting a 2-for-1 match is unheard of in a village-owned asset. I don't know when it's happened in the village ever before, and if this doesn't get approved this time, I don't know if it ever happens again. And in the fiscal constraints that we all deal with, getting a 2-for-1 grant is something that I think you have to take very seriously. Secondarily, if that 2-for-1 grant happens to become a 4-for-1 grant with the state and we lose the opportunity to get that as a result of not getting the match, how we walk away from $8 million to improve a village asset. And as the president of the board, I can tell you the building, as we know for the last couple of years, with HVAC issues that the village has already had to pay for, it's not getting any younger, just like me and everybody else here. And as a result, it's only going to continue to fail. It's only going to continue to cost money. I completely respect someone who's in this business giving the council, and you should have every voice with regard to how the money is spent, what's improved, because your interest should be the improvement of systems in that building so that 5 years from now and 7 years from now and 10 years from now, it does not cost the taxpayers money without a match. Take advantage of the match, make sure the building, from an HVAC perspective, from a roofing perspective, getting a permanent generator on the structure and the site to maintain the building so when Hurricane Sandy happens again, and it will, we actually have a building that can actually house people, heat and cool them, create a place of charging stations and things like that. This is our chance to take a village-owned asset and fix it. This is not about the library. This is about being fiscal custodians with regard to assets in this community, and it's a village-owned building. The library doesn't own it, the village does, and the taxpayers do. And when someone offers you a 2-for-1, you have an obligation to recognize that and do everything you can to take it. If someone came to anyone in this village and said, invest $200,000 in your house and I'll give you $200,000, there's not a soul in this community that would say no.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi. My name is Joanne Beckett, and this is my husband, Jeffrey. And we're here because we'd like to make a statement objecting to the conversion of Glen School tennis courts to pickleball courts.
May I just have your address, please?
I'm sorry?
Your address?
429 Queckenbush Place, Ridgewood, New Jersey. We have lived in Ridgewood for over 30 years. We have paid some of the highest taxes in New Jersey and enjoyed peace and quiet in our neighborhood until last year. Our property abuts the Glen School tennis courts. Our house is approximately 70 feet from the courts. It snowed this morning, and I was reminded of why we purchased our tree-lined property. Today we experience the quiet, peaceful backyard which we have previously enjoyed with our family and friends year-round. This has been taken from us by the conversion of the courts into 4 pickleball courts. This constant pop, pop, pop of the paddle against ball, yelling and cursing and other irritating noise that is created by players is of such a character, intensity, and duration as to be detrimental to the life, health, or welfare of any individual in our neighborhood. This noise pollution steadily and intermittently annoys, disturbs, injures, and endangers the comfort, repose, peace, and safety of our family, friends, and neighbors. We can no longer enjoy fresh air on a spring day, or listen to the birds chirping in the fall, or a quiet cup of coffee outside with a friend. Let's be honest. If you bought a home next to a tennis court, which you never had to complain about, and later the town decides to change the 2 tennis courts over to 4 pickleball courts, only yards away from your windows and glass doors, can you honestly say you know what it is like waking up to hearing the sound of gunshot-like pops, which never seem to stop, from 8 a.m. every day of the week until dusk, yards away? The intensity of the sounds, followed by screams of enthusiasm and encouragement to go and do it over again. Most players are 50 and older with diminished hearing already, so they have a tendency to scream anyway, back and forth to each other. Multiply this by 4 to 6 players, and then multiply it by 4 courts. You absolutely wouldn't want it next to your home. Imagine you worked all day, either out of the house or outside of your house, and then the pickleballers come. You cannot escape the sound, undeniably. There is nowhere in or around the house you cannot hear the ball banging against the paddle again and again and again. Imagine you're ill and trying desperately to feel better, to rest. Again, torturous. That is what constant noise pollution does to you.
Thank
it
you.
tortures you. Or maybe you invited people over for lunch or
Thank you,
dinner.
ma'am.
Pardon me?
Thank you. 3 minutes are up. Do you want to continue?
Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I'll continue, sure. Where were you, honey? That is what constant noise pollution does to you. It tortures you. Or maybe you invited people over for lunch or dinner and you want to be outside enjoying nice weather or a cup of coffee on your deck. Well, do you think you would be able to entertain when all your guest hears is the pop, pop, pop of pickleballers? Forget about raising your children or babysitting your grandchildren in this type of environment. They will complain about the constant high decibel noise of your pickleball too. The inescapable sounds of pickleball and its players are detriment to our neighbors' health, well-being, and property values. That's what I'm most worried about, is the property value. We're getting ready to retire soon, and I'm going to be selling my house. And if my property value goes down because of these pickleball courts, I'm not going to be a very happy citizen. It is only common decency, honestly, for everyone to have the right to a peaceful sanctuary called home. Additionally, as required of anyone living in Ridgewood, if you wish to, for example, to install a fence, you must do the right thing and apply for permits. Wait for approval, and then you may proceed, if approval is granted. The same with applying for the variance. You must play by the rules and go to your neighbors and discuss the situation and ask them to approve of your request before being granted permission to move on with your plans. No one in Salem Ridge was notified of the plans to repurpose the Glen School's tennis courts into obnoxious pickleball courts, which will undoubtedly attract players from all over the adjacent towns, causing an additional parking hazard for everyone in the Glen School area. We feel we can confidently speak for our neighbors in stating that had the town council or the directors of Parks and Recreation asked for input from the neighborhood prior to making this conversion, the meeting would not be necessary. This meeting would not be necessary. Also, it has been stated by the Director of Parks and Recreation that she plans to erect 3 walls around the courts adjacent to our yards, again without informing anyone with these plans, again affecting our property values. This is unacceptable and will absolutely lower our neighbors' property values. We do everything legally possibly to stop this from happening. Lastly, my question to you is, where else in Ridgewood are these tennis courts being repurposed into pickleball courts for the express purpose of garnering permit fees? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Sean McCooey, 66 Walthree Avenue, Ridgewood. I'm a long-time supporter of Marshall Crane and Noel and their Health Barn initiative, which is, I believe, on village-owned property up on Heights Road, on Hillcrest, rather, is a great asset, public-private partnership to some degree. Tonight I'm here, though, to also say that I've been involved with at least 2 fundraisers for the Ridgewood Library. I was active on the committees for both of them, and I appreciate the proper stewardship that the Village Council maintains over all of their buildings, and that as I look at the needs and the growth of our community, and a community library like ours is certainly one that expands far beyond, unfortunately sometimes far beyond just Ridgewood. We have to figure out how's the best way to maintain the services for the village of Ridgewood citizens. And so I entrust that the library leadership, Nancy Green and team, know what they're doing, and I hope that the village council, in their wisdom, looks at the preventive maintenance for all of our facilities in the same way. One other thing, on Saturday, it's the 14th, it's the 7th anniversary of the Newtown, Connecticut Sandy Hook school shooting. Ridgewood's actually going to host at the Temple they're going to host a anti-gun violence awareness with Loretta Weinberg, representative from the state of New Jersey. Everyone's invited at 12:30. And it also happens that this week at the New Players at the Ridgewood High School Theater, they're presenting a show called 26 Pebbles, which is about the 26 people who were killed on that fateful day. And it's a remembrance of the ripple effect that those 26 people's deaths had, like a stone on a pond, and affected not just their community, and affected the whole United States. And we can't help but cry in pain every day as we think about these fine public servants that we talked about here today, with Jim Bigos being set in and honoring our other well-serving policemen, that this tragedy of Jersey City yesterday, this brother of mine who has 5 children and leaves his wife and 5 children alone, that the time for gun control and the time for anti-guns is way beyond just 7 years, and that we need to hold someone to the fire to get something passed at the federal level so that we don't have this kind of tragedy today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Steve Kim, 291 Highland Avenue. I'm here to talk about dollars and cents, and I'm an old-time trader, so I want to talk about arbitrage. So we have 2 choices with respect to the library. Choice A, estimated cost $7.7 million. Raise $2 million in private donations. Borrow $2 million, about $275 of tax assessment per household. Then hope for the best to get $3.7 million in terms of New Jersey library construction grant. For every dollar that's out there available, $3 of demand is going after this. So, but let's just assume that that's what we're hoping for. This is what the library is proposing. Now, choice B. Go with the alternate plan. This plan was presented here, and it was discussed in 2015, and it's in the minutes. Estimated cost, $4 million. Raise $2 million via donations. Go for $2 million in terms of the construction grant. The result, 0 debt and 0 hit to the taxpayers. Services offered, amenities provided, would be essentially the same between A and B. Choice B would result in more usable space, since it won't have a circular hole in the middle. Choice B is the sensible option. Same for half the price. That is arbitrage. On my trading desk, if I see something like this, I go all in. Let's do this the smart way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Betsy Giordano, 316 Greenway. Plan C, as Steve stated before in front of me, we should go big or go home, and why are we only doing $7.7 million? But that's beside the point. I'm the current president of the Library Foundation. The foundation has constantly pushed for open communications, forums, and constant communication with the Village Council and with our community. I hear 4 issues. Number 1, the plan. Please understand that the plans are conceptual. The foundation is committed to being fiscally responsible with our funds. This is why the library has not been given additional funds to draw up Plan B. Please be assured, as an example, if a circular staircase is what becomes between you and your yes, it will be taken into consideration. We will work with you to come up with a better solution. 2, parking. Mr. Seaton stated in one of the meetings that parking is his biggest concern. Parking available to the library now is the same as 20 years ago. It will be the same in 20 years from now. The good news is that hopefully with the new Elks building, we'll have some Ridgewood employees from the Ridgewood Water that will be taking up less capacity. But that being said, we should never use parking as a deterrence to improve our village's greatest public asset in the library. 3, you are looking for a show of community support. The Foundation's mission states that we support the future stability of the library while providing financial support to adapt to the changing needs of our engaged community. The Foundation was actually started following the last renovation, and the new renovation could not be more directly tied to our mission. The Foundation has over 1,900 unique family donors, the smallest donation being $5. These donations reflect almost a quarter of Ridgewood households supporting our mission. When J.T. Bolger announced his family's decision to support this project, he did so as a show of community support, and he's not even in our community. We are privileged to have the next generation of the Bolger family engaged in this project, and I feel that the village support will continue to foster private donations such as these. 4, auditorium. We count seats, we look at corners, that's fine, I get it, and I actually attest that the Foundation will encourage the library to work closely with you again to come up with the best final solution for this in its final designs. Now, I can't comprehend the fiduciary responsibility that you have. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't run for your office. I do know, however, that the public library is public. The generous donors of our community feel very strongly that it's not just private dollars that should commit to this project. We cannot put the entire burden of this needed renovation on the backs of our private donors. When an opportunity arises for our village to possibly turn $2 into $8, or $2 million into $8 million, we must seize this day. How can we not? When will this opportunity happen again? It is our fiduciary and ethical responsibility to our village, and me as a volunteer of our village, to help make this happen. Thank you.
Are we okay on time, Heather?
This will be our last speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there. My name is Evangelos Katsikiotis. I'm a resident at 315 East Ridgewood Avenue, and I've been a Ridgewood resident for 3 years. I have a young family, a young 3-year-old son, and every weekend we're at the Ridgewood Library reading books and enjoying the games that they have there. I came to speak out in support of the Ridgewood Library and its efforts for the renovation. I think it's a unique opportunity to take advantage of the grant that the state is offering. And I just wanted to say if the proposal here, this resolution doesn't get passed in the current form, I'm sure a more modest design would also have the support of the council, because I think it's clear that the Ridgewood Library is an indispensable part of the cultural and social life of the town, not just as a repository of learning, but as a venue where literary and artistic individuals give lectures and where students receive tutoring. So I believe the Ridgewood Library has proven itself as an indispensable part of our community. And I would just like to say that both as a self-interested father and as a businessman, I'm a banker by trade. If the council is not unanimous at this time in support of the resolution, that I, as a resident, I would be happy to consider assisting the Village of Ridgewood in obtaining the $6 million in financing to support the intended renovations. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll close public comments. Go to village manager's report.
Okay. Many thanks to the Chamber of Commerce and the many other volunteers who helped to make the 34th Downtown for the Holidays a great success last Friday. Thanks also goes to the Parks and Recreation and Fire Departments for bringing winter fire and light to the event, especially in celebration of Ridgewood's 125th anniversary. Santa will be in his house at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square to listen to everyone's Christmas wish list on Saturdays, December 14th and December 21st from noon to 3 p.m. There will be free parking in all parking lots in the Central Business District on Saturday, December 14th and December 21st. Please know that this does not include the parking area by the Christmas tree, East Ridgewood Avenue at Broad Street, or on the west side to the right of the train station parking lot across from the stores and restaurants on Godwin Avenue. Come take advantage of free parking to do your holiday shopping and enjoy Ridgewood's delicious restaurants after your shopping haul. I would like to let you all know that the Parks and Recreation Department is again hosting a collection to assist those in need. All items can be brought to the stable at 259 North Maple Avenue through Wednesday, December 18th. For suggested items are new unwrapped mittens, hats, gloves, socks, scarves, slippers, thermalware, pajamas for Shelter Our Sisters, the Marine Corps toys for tots, new unwrapped toys, or the Social Services Food Pantry, boxed cereal, pasta, rice, canned juices, vegetables, soup, fruit, canned fish and meats, and personal and household items. Senior Scams and Frauds will be held this Friday, December 13th from 2 to 3 p.m. at the Ridgewood Library. This event is co-sponsored by Age Friendly Ridgewood and the New Jersey Division of Consumer Affairs. Learn about scam and frauds and staying alert. Most common fraud issues such as IRS, phone, lottery, email, and the grandparent scam, identity theft, phishing, and more will be discussed. Help us help you with emergency preparedness. Emergencies can happen at any time. Members of Ridgewood Emergency Services and Age-Friendly Ridgewood will be available to assist you with compiling your important medical information to have ready in the event of an emergency. You and a family member are invited to visit Ridgewood Emergency Services at 33 Douglas Place on Sunday, December 15th between 1 and 3 p.m. to learn more about this free program that helps you age in place. The sale of the annual Ridgewood parking permits will begin on Wednesday, December 18th at 8:30 a.m. here in the lobby of Village Hall. Please remember we will only be selling 160 of the premium annual permits, which lets you be in park in any lot. In addition, there are other parking permits for other lots, and those will be greater in number. The celebration of Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights, will take place on Sunday, December 22nd at 5:30 p.m. on the corner of Memorial Park at Van Ness Square and East Ridgewood Avenue. Hanukkah starts the evening of December 22nd and ends the evening of December 30th. A candle will be lit each night at sundown. This is the last Village Council meeting in 2019. Our Village Council meetings in 2020 are January 8th at 7:30 p.m. is our work session, and January 15th at 8 p.m. is the public meeting. All village offices will be closed December 24th and December 25th in observance of the Christmas holiday. Sanitation and recycling will be suspended December 24th and 25th and will resume on December 26th. We will also be closed on January 1st in observance of the New Year's holiday. We will be open all day on December 31st, New Year's Eve. Starting January 1st, this is a reminder, there are no single-use plastic bags to be provided by supermarkets, street fairs, restaurants in Ridgewood. Residents are urged to bring their own shopping bags to the stores. If you don't have one, paper bags will be provided to you. Ridgewood is one of dozens of towns in New Jersey that have already passed such bans, which is a response to the damage to our waterways and sea life. Reminder about snow removal. All sidewalks in residential zones must be removed. All sidewalks in residential zones must have snow removed within 24 hours of the snow falling. And during garbage pickup, if it's snowing when you're going out of the home in the morning or if it's overnight, please bring your garbage cans to the street so that you can help protect the safety of our employees. We appreciate you doing that. As soon as you have a clear path to your garbage cans, you can leave them in their usual spots. That's it.
Thank you. Go on to Village Council reports. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report this week.
All right. Deputy Mayor.
So most of my committees are December slackers. They're taking December off. Except for HPC, there will be a meeting tomorrow evening, 8 p.m., right downstairs in the garden room. The Arts Council completed their second annual window display contest, and I'm going to announce the winners. In the retail category, Built More Tuxedos. Restaurant category, Latour Restaurant. winner of the service category, Laura Telly Salon, and the overall winner, who was both a favorite of our committee and online voting, the table at Latona's. So I just want to say the windows downtown are magnificent. I encourage everyone, shop local, go visit our central business district, our historic central business district, and take a look at the beautiful window displays that everybody puts so much time, energy, and effort into. It looks absolutely fabulous, and we hope everyone will enjoy that. I do have one other item. Hang on. Oh, free parking on Saturday on the lots, right. And let me just see, I did have one more. Access will be meeting again in January, and Arts Council will again regroup in January as well. And I think that's it, but for some reason I think I'm missing something. But it's okay. You can always come back to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh?
So, just like last meeting, as luck would have it, we're going to be talking about big chamber topics today and big library topics. So I'll leave those to the agenda items. And I just wanted to thank Jeannie Johnson and Kristen Plumley for putting on the Holiday House Tour this past Sunday. It was great. You know, it's like riding a bike. I was a house captain at one of the houses. Got to see lots and lots of village residents, people I haven't seen in years. It actually was great seeing everybody. But the worthy causes, obviously, that the money was raised for. Thank you so much. It was great. And everybody that I saw was just having a great time. So it was a nice community event. Yep. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councilman Boyd?
Nothing to report, Mayor.
All right, we're keeping it light tonight. Nothing to
are.
report from my end. We have just a CBD Advisory Committee meeting tomorrow for the last time in the year. I can't believe the year is over. So with that, move on to the rest of the agenda.
Okay. We have no ordinances for Ridgewood Water. We have resolutions. So the following resolutions, numbered 19-394 through 19-409, are to be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Title 59 approval, Laboratory Analysis Services. Award contract, Laboratory Analysis Services. Title 59 approval, Annual PFAS Laboratory Analysis Services. Award contract, Annual PFAS Laboratory Analysis Services. Title 59 approval, Cold Water Meters. Award contract, Cold Water Meters. Title 59 approval, Tree Maintenance Services. Award contract, Tree Maintenance Services. Title 59 approval, Servicing and Repair of Potable Water Pumping Facilities. Award contract, Servicing and Repair of Potable Water Pumping Facilities. Title 59 approval, Furnishing and Delivering Sodium Hypochlorite Solution. Award contract, Furnishing and Delivering Sodium Hypochlorite Solution. Title 59 approval, Water Billing and Data Collection Services. Award contract, Water Billing and Data Collection Services. Authorized agreement, Emergency Interconnection, Borough of Waldwick. Authorized change order, improvements to Linwood and Cedar Hill Wells. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move on to ordinances. I move the first reading of ordinance 3762.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3762 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 190-37B to allow winter door enclosures onto existing restaurants as exempt developments at the discretion of the Site Plan Exemption Committee.
I move that ordinance 3762 be adopted on first reading and that January 8th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3763.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3763 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapter. So I need to know which version of the ordinance we're introducing tonight. If you want to have a discussion.
Discussion. All right,
I
so,
thought we had said the 125-1.
yeah, well, you don't have enough vote to that.
Put it up and see if it goes. Other than that, then there's nothing.
If there would be no discussion, you just move one of the...
I just need to know which one we're introducing, so everyone else knows what they're voting on.
So, yeah, I want to have discussion, but I left my notes over there.
Sorry, I wrote on
Sorry, that's okay. I'll send them back so you can write more notes on them. So, in our pre-meeting, we had a discussion before we came in here, and the council is having trouble deciding on an agreeable amount. We had three different amounts, and then to try and get us to be able to come to some sort of resolution, I acquiesced and changed mine to Councilman Seaton's suggestion. But as a result, it does not appear, and you'll hear everybody's vote in a couple of minutes, it does not appear that we have an agreement. The challenge that I have is that we have a parking garage that's being built a couple of blocks from here, and I feel that if we don't make some change or have some sort of an agreement soon, we could either put a stop work order on the garage, because it does not appear that we're going to have enough money to pay for it. So that's my comment this evening. I initially wanted to do $1.25 on the street, $1.25 in the lot, and I am acquiescing to the suggestion of Councilman Seating that he had said 125 and 1, and that's my comment.
Obviously, that's the plan that I like because I suggested it, but I feel that number gets us to where we need to be to fund the garage, and it's a comfortable level, and maybe there's slightly more money than we need, but I think just going the other way with $1.25, $1.75, that might get us all the way there too. Or I'm sorry, don't quote that. 75 and $1.25. But I think that might, even with the additional revenue from the kiosks, it might just be a little too close. Maybe it's a little bit a few $1,000s more, or a few $1,000s less, in deficit. But I strongly feel that at least $1.25 on the streets and $1 in the lots is fair, because everybody knows that the rates had to increase, and in fact the Walker report originally suggested that rates would have to go to $1.50 an hour, and that didn't take into account the addition of the kiosks and the additional revenue that the kiosks bring in without actually increasing the cost of parking. So, trying to factor in all these really unknowables is it's an incredibly difficult decision, but we have to do something, because otherwise, if we keep rates the same, we're going to have a deficit. So, I'm in favor of this, but if anybody has any other thoughts, I'd like to hear them.
I just suggest you introduce that, and we just see how the chips fall.
So I'd like to move the $1.25 on the street, $1 in the lot.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. So I need someone to move that it be adopted on first reading.
I move that ordinance 3763 be adopted on first reading, and that January 8th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Okay. So again, this is $1.25 on the street and $1 in the lots. Newton.
No.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
So we have $150,000 in our 2020 budget, which is anticipated surplus, which can be used in any of the alternatives that we have to pay for, whether it's $1.25 or $75 or $1.25 or $1 and $1.25, $1.25. So we have the money for it, and it's on our budget. We also have close to $1.75 million in fund balances sitting on our parking utility balance sheet that we can use for what we want at our discretion. So the anticipated shortfall on the $1.25.75 is $83,000. So we can certainly afford any of the options. We also have the kiosks, and the kiosks, if we look at those, we can see that at the Chestnut Street, the increases were, I think, over the past couple of years, 51% over the previous amounts, at least. We also have, if we look at the parking meters for 2018, there were 652 parking meters that are used on the streets. They generated revenues of $691,000, or about $1,060 per meter. When the North Broad Street meters were replaced by kiosks, there were 64 kiosks. They have since generated about $115,000 in annualized revenue, or about $1,805. So the variance is significant over the average. It's about 70% above that. So I certainly think that the kiosks, while they're a wild card, have a potential for huge revenue. So my vote is no.
Okay. Walsh?
So I'll just add the comment that we were given numbers by the CFO. He did not include those numbers in any of those calculations. So I'm basing it on the calculations we received that showed
He gave you a spreadsheet.
Yeah,
yesterday.
but in the calculations for the W, X, Y, and Z, he had them on a separate sheet. So there were five different sheets, or four different sheets. I was looking at the one that would be the one that would draw into what we were actually trying to accomplish. So I'm voting yes.
Okay. And Hache?
So my view is perhaps the least popular of the views. My views was to increase to $1 both on-street and off-street in the lots. Rates need to go up. I think we can't keep the rates the same. That would be absolutely insane to do. So essentially, going to 125, or rather, going to $1 is a 33% increase. Going to 125 is 66% increase. My suggestion was to go to $1, but use to offset the increased revenue from the kiosks, which at the end of 2017 was a 51% improvement. At the end of 2018 was a 61% improvement. And we had discussed at the last meeting that from a budget standpoint, for a budget to be approved, the state cannot approve anything based on projections. It can only be based on past actual numbers.
Actual
so we don't have the benefit of having had the precedent of this revenue being realized over 12 months. So we need to go with what we actually have, not with the projections. But we do need to move forward. We can't sit here, because every other opportunity that we waste in moving forward, it's just going to put us further back in the hole. So then eventually at some point in time, even the 125 is not going to be enough if we stall. So I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. So the next one is 3764.
Are you okay?
All right.
3764.
Yep. I move the first reading of ordinance 3764.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3764 by title.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, at Section 265-1, Definitions, and Section 265-29, Parking Meter Zone Designated.
I move that ordinance 3764 be adopted on first reading and that January 8, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3765.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3765 by title.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 190-112, OB1 and OB2 Office Building District to allow instructional schools as a permitted use.
I move that ordinance 3765 be adopted on first reading and that January 8, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3766.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3766 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-33, Permit Parking.
I move that ordinance 3766 be adopted on first reading of January 8th, 2020, be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3767.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3767 by title?
A bond ordinance reappropriating $42,000 proceeds of obligations not needed for their original purpose in order to provide for the acquisition of a pickup truck in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey.
I move that ordinance 3767 be adopted on first reading and that January 8th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3768.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3768 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-33, Permit Parking.
Oh, sorry. I move that ordinance 3768 be adopted on first reading and that January 15th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3769.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3769 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters.
I move that ordinance 3769 be adopted on first reading that January 15th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3770.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. The clerk please read ordinance 3770 by title.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-29, Parking Meter Zone Designated.
I move that ordinance 3770 be adopted on first reading that January 8th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. For the following, for the public hearings, the newspaper published ordinances 3755, 3757, 3758, 3759, and 3760 incorrectly. So the public hearings will be continued, and the final adoption of these ordinances will be considered at a special public meeting on January 8, 2020. The public hearings on these ordinances were advertised for this evening, so the public may comment on them this evening, and also on January 8, 2020. I move the clerk read ordinance 3755 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Are you recusing yourself for this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this the police?
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
sorry,
So I
I'm
need a
recused.
different second.
I'll second.
I have
Okay.
a second on that.
Thank you. So Newton's recused, correct?
We were so hung up on that
Okay.
other part of it.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3755?
An ordinance to fix salaries, wages, and other compensation of and for police officers and police superior officers of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, and State of New Jersey.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be continued to January 8, 2020.
Second.
Newton's recused. Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3757 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3757?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, and Section 265-67, Parking Prohibited Certain Hours, and Section 265-68, No Stopping or Standing Certain Hours.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be continued to January 8th, 2020.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3758 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3758?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 105 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Animals, at Section 105-1, Definitions.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be continued to January 8th, 2020.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3759 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3759?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 105 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Animals, at Section 105-46, License Required.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be continued to January 8th, 2020.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3760 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3760?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, entitled Enumeration of Fees Relating to Code Chapters.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be continued to January 8th, 2020.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3761 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3761?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 190-37B to allow winter door enclosures onto existing restaurants as exempt developments at the discretion of the Site Plan Exemption Committee.
Ordinance 3761 was sent to the Planning Board, who recommended several changes to the ordinance. The Village Council discussed the recommended changes at the December 4th work session and decided which recommendations would be put into the ordinance. The revised ordinance was introduced this evening at Ordinance 3762. Due to the substantive changes made to the ordinance 3761 by the Village Council, it will be defeated this evening. However, the public hearing on Ordinance 3761 was advertised for this evening, so it will be held at this time. The public hearing is now open.
Good evening. Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I did not read 3762, but I just read 3761, and I see that it makes no provisions with respect to the type of materials that can be used in the construction of these enclosures. And I see these in New York City frequently, and I see some people have up canvas, looks like a tent, and other people I've seen in New York City have plastic, like Lexan, that my observation is that crazes over a period of time, and it looks foggy and it looks scratched. I'm just wondering, does 3762 make any provisions for the type of materials that can be used in the construction of these? Because I just wonder that you might see a tent up or tent material at one location, this Lexan at another location. I'm concerned about the appearance that this is going to look if you have differences as you go up and down Ridgewood Avenue and Broad Street.
I don't think 3762 deals with it. 3761 requires a design which must be submitted by plans to comply with all applicable U.S. Access Board accessibility guidelines for pedestrian facilities and within rights of way. So it's going to have to meet the standards that are applied there, so they're not going to be able to put up cellophane or anything like that. They're going to be required to put up a guideline or some type of a structure that's going to meet those guidelines. So that's why that wording is in there. So I don't think we're going to be able to necessarily discern or make a decision, or the building department is going to be making a decision outside the code requirements. I mean, that's really where they're going to go. So they deal with safety issues. They deal with all the issues that are there. Maybe not what might be perceived as an aesthetic aspect, but certainly in terms of structural integrity and the purpose for which they're being designed.
So a tent-type material may not meet those requirements, may or may not, we don't know.
Well, if you're talking about a canvas tent?
Yes.
I don't think canvas works, but whatever it is, and I'm not completely familiar with those guidelines, whatever it is, the building department has the ability to enforce them, so that's what it's got to be.
Now, did I understand that there's going to be a site plan approval as well? I heard something about a site plan approval.
It goes to the discretion of the site plan exemption committee.
So somebody's going to look at this. These things aren't just going to go up without somebody approving them.
Of course. You need a permit to be able to do it. You have to submit plans. It has to be reviewed by the building department, site plan exemption committee, and then it might get approved.
Okay.
And the site plan exemption committee is also members of the planning board.
Right.
Well, that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's a planning board, so it's just an exemption committee.
Again, my concern is I would appreciate it if people weren't putting up willy-nilly things just to be able to put something up to block the wind, that they be somewhat aesthetically pleasing. I realize that we might not get exactly what we want, but if we could just avoid the fast and dirty, that would be
I think
great.
the idea is structural integrity, safety, and the materials are certainly a part of that. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second?
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3761 be defeated.
Second?
Okay. I vote is, or yes vote is to defeat. Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
The following resolutions, numbered 19-410 through 19-439, are actually it's 440, I believe. 440 are to be adopted on a consent agenda with one vote by the village council. They will be read by title only. No, 441 is.
Oh, 440.
Yeah. Approve 2020 village cash management plan. Designate official newspapers for 2020. 2020 annual meeting statement. Award contract, preparation of 2020 village council meeting minutes. Award contract, HVAC replacement, 33 Douglas Place. Title 59 approval, school crossing guard services. Award contract, school crossing guard services. Title 59 approval, 2020 concession refreshment service, Graden Pool. Award contract, 2020 concession refreshment service, Graden Pool. Title 59 approval, school bus transportation services, day camp. Award contract, school bus transportation services, day camp. Title 59 approval, landfill disposal of solid waste. Award contract, landfill disposal of solid waste. Award contract under state contract, online auction of surplus property. Award contract under Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Contract, Western Snowplow for Ford F-250 Engineering Division. Award professional services contract, Risk Management Consultants. Award professional services contract, Employee Assistance Program. Award professional services contract, Software for Finance Department. Authorize additional funding for professional services contract, site remediation for the Hudson Street lot. Authorize change order, roofing of Graden Pool buildings. Declare property surplus, 2003 Packer truck, solid waste department. Approve 2019 budget transfers. Approve 2020 temporary budgets. Accept donation, Ridgewood Baseball Softball Association Fall Maintenance Program for various village athletic fields. Request legislature to establish study commission to review the Open Public Records Act. Request Bergen and Passaic counties to establish a wildlife management and action plan. Authorize execution of grant agreement, New Jersey Urban and Community Forestry Stewardship Grant Tree Inventory. Authorize execution of grant agreement at Pace to Plug In, New Jersey Electric Vehicle Workplace Charging Grant. Appoint Joint Insurance Fund Commissioner. Appoint Public Agency Compliance Officer. And we had a late addition to this agenda for Ridgewood Water, so it should have been up above, but we were all numbered and didn't want to go and renumber every single resolution. So this is authorizing a change order for the design and construction administration of granular activated carbon treatment system at the car treatment facility. And that item actually was discussed at last week's work session. So I just need a motion.
Oh, so move.
Second.
Newton,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Hache.
Yes.
The following resolution, numbered 19-441, will be considered separately and read in full. Let me just get it here. Whereas the Ridgewood Public Library, hereinafter library, has consistently proven to be among the most forward-thinking, community-focused public libraries in New Jersey, highly dedicated to providing innovative library services for the benefit of all visitors. And whereas the current library facility has not been renovated or updated in more than 20 years, although the local community has evolved to become far more diverse, technology-oriented, and committed to lifelong learning. And whereas today the library cannot provide sufficient space to meet community needs for teen services, performance space, cultural discussions, community meetings, quiet study, hands-on exploration of new technologies, English language tutoring, and more. And whereas public libraries across the nation have been updated to thrive as valuable centers of community life, enriching lives with opportunities for community and staff engagement, multicultural services, technology, career growth, digital resources, fine arts, childhood literacy, senior services, in-depth research, current events, and more. And whereas the Ridgewood Library Board of Trustees has engaged architects and consultants at its own expense with the goal of creating an inspiring public space to benefit community needs now and for the foreseeable future by establishing flexible new interior spaces within the building. And whereas the resulting Reimagine Ridgewood Public Library project, herein Reimagine, is estimated to cost $7.7 million, will provide the needed public space within the library to fulfill its purpose and mission, and also will make all services more visible and accessible to the public. And whereas in 2017, the New Jersey Library Construction Bond Act was approved by voters and legislators to authorize $125 million in dollar-for-dollar matching grant funds, hereinafter New Jersey Library Grant, to construct and renovate public library facilities to serve New Jersey citizens. And whereas this competitive New Jersey Library Grant program could potentially pay up to 50% of project cost, and the library, supported by a capital campaign, is dedicated to providing $2 million toward the project, and has requested that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, hereinafter Village Council, endorse the Reimagine project, and also provide a $2 million commitment to meet local match requirements. And whereas the Village Council has considered this request, and by the terms of this resolution endorses the library's Reimagine project. And whereas although this resolution does not at this time obligate the financial resources of the municipality, the Village Council is committed to providing matching funds and desires to satisfy the requirements of the New Jersey Library Grant and show the support of the governing body for the Reimagine project. Such funds may not be necessary until the New Jersey State Library announces grant awards for New Jersey Public Library construction and renovation projects, at which time the library will learn the full amount of available project funding and move forward accordingly. And whereas the Village Council recognizes the value of this opportunity and supports this project, leading to growth of educational and cultural opportunities for all residents through library improvements. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, that the Village Council hereby endorses the library's application for New Jersey Library Construction Bond Act grant funding, and is committed to provide $2 million in future municipal funding to support the proposed Reimagine Ridgewood Public Library project in accordance with library goals and New Jersey Library Grant timelines. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Newton.
Yeah, I think we should discuss. Do you want me to start? Who wants to?
You're going to discuss? Okay.
I'll start. So I've had the pleasure of working with the Library Board of Trustees over the past 2 years, and I've gotten to know all of the members. For those that don't know, it is a mayor's appointment and 2 this sitting mayor and that former sitting mayor appointed a couple of people to the board, and former mayors appointed all the other members. So I'll just get on my soapbox for a second. When somebody makes comments about the trustees, I take it personally. I think that my colleagues, when they appoint people, make sure that they appoint people who are wonderful individuals that have nothing but our village at their best interest. So, I just wanted to say that because I've gotten to know everybody on the board very well. And then just to talk about the project, obviously, when I first got on the Library Board of Trustees, I wasn't really familiar with all of the aspects of the project, but have gotten to know the reasons why the board feels so strongly that they should be going ahead with this renovation update to the library. Contrary to popular comments, it is not expanding the library. It is reimagining and working within the structure of the library. There had been conversations about perhaps doing something with the auditorium, but as members of the trustees have said over the past few months, they want to work with the council to make sure whatever project ends up being done is the best for the village. Everybody tonight listened to all the resolutions we did. I just did a quick tally. The two sets of resolutions totaled $2,908,669. So we do approve on a regular basis. This is just one meeting for that total. This is a number of smaller items on here, but they all add up. So it is not common for us to do a $2 million one lump sum, let's say. It's very rare. And I think, as the former president of the board said, there is probably not another opportunity for us to get 1 to 4 in terms of financing if we are awarded the grant. So I wholeheartedly support this as a resident, as a reader, as a user of the library for the 23 years that I've lived here. I still have the first book I ever owned. It's Babar Goes to the Moon, for anybody who's interested. I went to the library with my parents almost all of my childhood. My mother grew up in the Depression and never owned a book, so she made it a point to go to the library when she was growing up. So it is near and dear to my heart that we support the public library, and I hope my council colleagues will support it as well.
So I just wanted to second what Bernie said. What has happened with the library and the community at large is the function of the library has changed dramatically over the past 5 or 10 years. Unfortunately, the form of the library right now doesn't really do justice to what it needs to have happen with all of the different activities you have at the library. It really has become a community center, and it really needs to be that, a community center. So you need to change the inside of it so that you can do the things you need to do with the library, and it sorely needs a renovation. So I'm wholeheartedly in support of that, and I'm going to vote yes.
Well, I remember this process from early on, and I know early on that I was very open and upfront when I said that I did not support the project because I felt that it was too much, it was too big of an ask. And, people from the library assured me that there's going to be discussions and community, and that all happened. And like anything else, I figured some compromise would meet us somewhere in the middle or thereabouts, and we could just move forward with it. But unfortunately, what I'm being asked to support is pretty much the same plan as before that I have not supported. So I do understand there's a need to renovate the electric, IT, carpets, paint, furniture, reconfigure rooms. I get all that. But $7.7 million is a hefty price tag, and to bond $2 million on our end at least, and there's no guarantee that you would get the money from the state either. So where would that leave everybody? And again, the promise that maybe we'll alter the plan or change it as this develops, I'm not seeing a compromise plan in front of me, so I will be voting no.
I'm sorry, did somebody just laugh like that? So you know, this is one of those things that you really want to get behind. And for me personally, as a kid, I walked miles to our local library on a regular basis, and I too have library, or actually books from the first books I owned, and I can actually see the way my handwriting changed because every single book is still inscribed with my name. Nobody could get my book. I would held on to them as dear possessions. So I don't know that you know, how you interacted or visited the library or how much time you spent there is indicative of support of the library today. I don't know that any of that, or how much you care about a library, or that you see it as a public facility, and I don't see that any of that is indicative of support, or that whether you vote yes or no on this resolution is indicative of support of a public library. There were 3 people who spoke tonight that kind of resonated with me, and the first one is John Saraceno, and I'm still laughing that he's still here tonight. So, you know, your comments about the availability of funds and, you know, a once-in-a-lifetime and those opportunities. Betsy also resonated, as did Steve Kim. So all those folks kind of resonated with me, and there's a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of opportunity. However, I go back to early on in this process when I attended Library Board of Trustee meetings and stated unequivocally that I felt that this was beyond what was necessary at the library. It was a very expensive structural, a lot of structural changes to the library, and I felt it was overambitious and that it should be scaled back. And I, too, was led to believe that there would be other plans and other conceptual plans forthcoming, but I've never seen those. And this resolution reads that this is an endorsement of this particular project. And I've never endorsed this particular project. I've always been absolutely clear on that. So the fact that there was never another project forthcoming is certainly a concern of mine, and I'm also concerned is what happens when we have this big project, and what happens if we get, you know, some money from the state, but are we going to then be asked to fill in that gap? So while I want to get behind this, I still grapple with the size and scope of this project. I think that there are parts of it that were just unnecessary. What I would like, I'm not going to support this evening, but I know that the application is due on March 31st. Is that correct, Councilwoman Walsh?
It is, but I don't know if we would be able to even apply without this resolution.
In March?
At all.
No, but I'm saying if you're applying in March.
The application, I believe, and you might want to ask the director, it opens, we believe, January 1st, and we have 90 days, which the last date would be March 31st.
So,
yeah.
Right.
The assumption is January 1.
So, I mean, I would just like to revisit this in January, early January, and see if there's a different approach, a different way to regroup, and find a way forward with this. I mean, I do want to support this, but I am really, just like Councilman Stevens said, and I think because he and I were both on council during that first part of this, and then we're here now, I think that both of us understood that other plans other options were forthcoming, and that, so I can't support this now, but I would like to revisit this in January and see if there's not a different approach, a way forward.
So, although we're not going to get the support for this project tonight, I do just want to share my opinions on the project. And it's amazing because when you have something like this that to many people seems sort of common sense, you end up with different sides of the argument. And the good thing is that both sides, at the end of the day, really have the best interests of the village at heart. And I think there's different ways to approach it, different ways to look at it, but I think ultimately, I think everyone's coming from a good place. From a dollars and cents standpoint, you know, it's an opportunity, and it's an opportunity for us to get our hands on funding that otherwise we would have to shoulder that burden on our own. And we may be looking at a cost to do this in the future that's much greater than what it is today. And when you look at, you know, the fact that this was, the last time we did this was, you know, 20 years ago, and as I mentioned before, without being repetitive, Amazon was still selling books online, and we all bought into the hoax that was the Y2K bug. So, you know, the world has changed quite a bit, and if you, one of the young ladies who came up here tonight, one of the young students, was describing an environment for her that the library is for learning. That's a very different environment than it was for me, than it was, you know, for any of us here. And I think we look at what the library was and means for all of us from a sentimental standpoint back when we were children, whether it's the first time that we opened a book or we visited the library with our parents. And that's what kind of develops that love that we have for the library and that nostalgia. What we need to do is really build up the library of tomorrow, not the library of yesterday or today, but to really move forward with this. And at the same time, I am mindful of the fact that we do need to come up with a plan that makes sense. But you know, I'm afraid that we might get caught up with the minutia of the problem and kind of lose sight of the overall picture. Again, going back to having access to this money, to this funding, and if all I have to do is put up $2 million to get, whether it's 4 or 5 or 6 or 8. Let's get the $2 million, but let's really work together at coming up with a plan that makes sense. Because you know what? Whether you argue that there's one style element that doesn't make sense, and the stuff that we definitely need, we just have to move forward with something that makes sense. And I just hope that we can, again, work together with the library to come forward with something like this that would make sense for everyone. Yes.
You know, I just want to add, I had a conversation with Gail last week, and in that conversation, some of what I shared from how I feel about this, I'm very cognizant of us going into budget season here in Ridgewood and everywhere, obviously, and the impact that, and I know there's a lot of folks yelling, out there going, $16.58 on average household is not a lot of money. It's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. But when we think that we increased our taxes by 0.9%, and that was on the average home, I think $54, $62, something like that. So when you start to put it in that perspective, when you start to do that comparison, that's not such a drop in the bucket anymore. And we have a school bond referendum barreling towards us. We have a lot of other things coming forward. And I'm very, very concerned. We have a lot of folks that are struggling. We have folks that with SALT deductions, there's a lot of things happening. And I fear that this will, while we might wind up with a beautiful library, the overall impact long-term will be really bad. And so I just want to share that piece, and that's why I think I need this time to better understand if there's a different approach to this. I do. I'm very concerned at the long-term impact to our homeowners with all of these things that are happening. This is just one piece of a very big puzzle. So.
Okay, so I'll do the roll call vote at this time. Newton?
No.
Steeden?
No.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we'll go back to comments from the public, not to exceed 5 minutes per person.
John Saraceno, 17 Coventry Court. Sometimes, you wonder. I, too, would love to see a different plan. There's nothing written in stone. These plans aren't cheap. every time we do a plan, it costs thousands and thousands of dollars. I know I live it every single day. So I think what you heard from the board and you heard from the committee over and over again is we're open to whatever suggestions you have. We have no idea what the budget's going to be. We could get nothing from the state. We could end up with $4 million. But at the end of the day, it's your responsibility. You're going to have to fix the building. The building is not in good shape. I ran the building for years. This is what I do. You could spend $2 million just fixing it. Forget about stairwells, carpets. You could spend listen, the last 3 years, I don't know what you spent in HVAC work, but it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. We had to put temporary heat in the building that I paid for in my pocket 4 years ago because I had no heat. And I also don't think you fully appreciate how hard it is to raise private money on a village-owned building. The idea that you asked us to go out and front-run this money and then ask you for a match, I will tell you I spoke to enormous numbers of people to raise money for this. And the first comment I got done with was, I love the library, my kids use it, my family uses it. It's a safe place. It's something that's really important. It's not politicized in an overly political world. And the second comment is the village in? Is the village acknowledging its responsibility to maintain the building? If it is, I'm in. It's one of the reasons the criteria in the state grant talks about, is the village supportive of it? Is the resolution going to be adopted to get the state grant? It's not going away. The building's not going to fix itself. We may get away with $15,000 next year, but the next year could be $400,000. And the idea that we can work together to fix it, I mean, listen, we form more subcommittees in this town than we have leaves on the ground. We can form a subcommittee of people up there as well as people out in the community to talk about how to fix it. All you're doing today and all we asked you to do was say, hey, great job raising $2 million privately for a village-owned asset, which no one in this town has a responsibility to do. Nobody. Not one person. It's a village responsibility. It's not the individual philanthropic responsibility of people who live in this community. We went out and did it, and now we have to look at all those people, and I frankly don't know if those people are going to be there. Listen, frankly, I have a tough time with it myself. And I would just hope that there would be a degree of trust to trust us as the committee and people who have worked with all of you, myself in particular. I've spent more time with each one of you than both of us care to sort of ever relive again. We're always open to discussions. All we ask you today is say, listen, thanks for raising $2 million. We're in. We know it's our responsibility, and let's go out and get another 4, and let's use that money so we don't have to do anything to this building for the next 25 years. Let's save our kids. Let's save the responsibility of the next resident to make sure we fix that building, and we don't have the same issues we have here. Just think if you tried to go out and raise private funds to fix this building. Have fun with that one. I mean, you talked about it before, $2.9 million. We spent it in a couple of seconds here. This never happens. And as a private citizen who supported this, and I've been not involved with a lot of stuff recently, but to sit here and see people willing to do this, it's heartwarming, it's appreciated, and would have been wonderful if it said, listen, we're in, we don't like it, I get it, I don't blame you. As I said before, get us a generator, fix our roof, make sure this building lasts, and then whatever you have left over, do your carpet, fix your building, make it look beautiful. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be a great place. Let's work together. All you had to do tonight was say, yeah, I don't like this one, and there was no bond ordinance, you weren't voting on a bond, you weren't giving us any money. It was just to say thanks. Thanks for raising $2 million from people in the community that didn't need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane Palacios, 3 Fortune, North Van Dieten, Ridgewood. I was watching it on TV, so I assumed you voted no, because that's what I was. Did you vote no for the library?
Correct.
You
Yes.
voted- Well, I wanted to say I'm just really shocked out of my mind. I'm just like ready to faint. I wanted to say that when it comes to the parking garage, apparently you don't care how much you're going to spend. You don't know what you're doing. What I had wanted to say about the parking garage, you had said that before you approved it, you would have to be responsible. You wanted to be responsible, that you could pay for it, and it turns out you're not. But you're going forward with it anyway, and you're not. I really think you should make a personal commitment that if the parking garage goes into the red, you have to each pay the difference, whatever it is, 5, 10, 50, personally, because that's what responsibility is. Now, the parking garage makes Ridgewood ugly aesthetically. I wasn't for it. And what is there in the CBD? Stores, stuff that I don't even want. Restaurants? I want to eat at home where it's healthy, where I'm not getting the fat, the sugar, the artificial ingredients. The CBD has nothing for me, nothing. It never had, and it never will. Maybe the bookstore. And I go to the bookstore after I go to the library and decide which books I want to buy. The library has been everything to me. And the fact that it's developing into a community center, do you know that it gets people face to face? We have discussions, we get to know our neighbors. This is so important in America now, to get away from the computer, to have these face-to-face discussions on important topics. The library has interests for everybody. Whatever you're interested in, the library will serve the needs. Now, Nancy Green is aware of what the library needs. 20 years ago, there was a renovation, and people said maybe it shouldn't be, and it turned out that she was 100% right. She's 100% right. I go in there, and it's mobbed. There isn't a place to sit down. People want discussion groups, and they want face-to-face meetings with people. You know what? The computer has words like face-to-face social media. That's all fake. They're talking about what people biologically need, what we're made for. This computer stuff should just be for appointments, to go to a library discussion group. That's what face-to-face is. Your values are really horrible, and it's shocking to me. Shame on you.
Thank you.
Hi, Nancy Green, Library Director. I just have a question. I guess I have two questions. One is for Heather and Matt. If we want to drive toward a unanimous vote, are we able to vote again in January if there's some alteration of the resolution?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Would it make a difference if the resolution didn't say anything about $7.7 million, if it just said that the town is willing to commit $2 million to renovate the library?
Well, it may not. Well, go ahead. The board, council can decide if they want to answer that. This is a public comment
what I would like to do is I would like to just revisit this whole thing and take a look at it. It pained me to say no tonight. I want you to know, I want everyone to know that it pained me to do that. But it felt like it was an endorsement of a plan that we have had conversation about over and over and over again. And I get what John is saying. I know it costs money, but it's still the same plan. And so I think rather than, and it's not supposed to be dialogue right now, so I'm just saying I would like to revisit and just reevaluate this and find a way that we can find this unanimous vote for you.
All right, well, and I respect there's not supposed to be dialogue.
I know, I'm sorry, Nancy, but
Okay.
you and I just dialogue anyway all the time, so.
Do I have to say who I am again? Yes. I do. Okay. Rainey Vitale, 171 Bel Air. So I appreciated, Susan, that you, sorry, Deputy Mayor Nixon.
Wait,
that,
could you just
oh,
speak
yeah,
up?
sure.
Right,
I
yes.
appreciated that you said that 3 individuals resonated with you. So I'd like to speak to the one that resonated with you that was not for the library, and that was Steve Kim. And he had cited a couple things, actually. You know, I understand what he's saying with arbitrage and being a trader, and I actually questioned how many people actually can even define what he was saying to rely on it as a data point. I heard the same numbers. I also have my MBA, and I understand the way it works, and his analysis didn't add up. And actually, he's using a quote from a 2015 document. And even in your own lives, as you start a project, you evolve. And the evolution here involved meeting with this council, meeting with the community, and we've evolved to say, we're not saying anything about what the project will look like, simply that we need to submit something as an application. Second of all, back to his arbitrage comment, he said in his 2015, which he was using as a basis for saying that the arbitrage thing made sense, the services are the same. And as I pointed out earlier, it can't be. Every single year since 1998, if you ask the library to chart it, they've had new programs and services as the community needs have evolved.
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea what's going to happen in the future. To make such a comment is actually completely not only flawed, but it's false. It hasn't been the same for the last 10 years or the last 3. So just as you think about what resonates, I hope you may rethink what he said. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Betsy Giordano again, 316 Greenway. Obviously a frustrating evening. I will speak on behalf of the fundraising aspect first. For the last, I help to run 3 businesses. I'm a mother of 3 and a wife. And I have probably given, I don't even, countless hours to a public library that our village is responsible for maintaining. I have personally paid to move bookcases because there were holes in the ground and we needed space for tables. We have tirelessly raised both energy, donor base, and funds, not just for this project, but for the library in itself. But I will tell you right now that I stood before a room filled with probably a net worth over $1 billion the other night, and not one single one of them opted to give us 1 penny without the village council's support. And I will also tell you that over half of the $1 million in private donations that were given were also contingent in the village's support. So I will let you know right now that without the 4 or 5 votes, I honestly don't know the politics of the voting for this. I just know I'm doing my best to do to raise private support, which is what was asked. I will tell you right now that by not supporting this, you are sacrificing potentially close to $1 million in private money that has been raised to support a public library of Ridgewood. And it's very unfortunate, very concerning, because maybe if we would have broken it into, as you said, like 53 ordinances and added it up to $2 million, that it would have been sufficient. An alternate plan was presented to you. It was presented in front of all of you. There was a very specific slide that stated the exact what would be cut and what would not be cut in order to get to a certain dollar amount. And the resolution did not ask for more than $2 million. It asked to match the private dollars that were raised in our community. And I take it as a personal slap in the face that our village is not willing to match the private dollars that our citizens have pledged to do something to improve our village, of which many of them, they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it for the betterment of our entire community. It's not a personal donation. It's a donation for the betterment of our community. We donate to our churches. we donate to our schools. We apparently give dollars to new trucks and this, that, and the other. And now we give money to license our cats, apparently. So that's exciting. But I'm saying what we all do is to better this community, and for the village not to accept $2 million in private money. And by the way, we're $63,000 away from that. And I can't raise the last $63,000 because no one wants to put us over the $2 million mark without the village's support. So I just want you to understand the implications of your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Rocco Orlando, 316 Allen Place, Ridgewood, New Jersey. I normally don't do this. I'm in a different role here, but I came on the board probably 2 years ago, or actually volunteered my time. I wasn't even on the board. And I did it because I know the renovations need to be done to the library. I know what a dollar's worth. I am an architect. I work in commercial construction. I know what things are worth. And as time goes on, things get more expensive. As John and Betsy reiterated, there's a lot of money, and people are putting private money here. And it's really the ask of $2 million. And there's a minimum that we discussed in the whole slide presentation that minimally this library needs $4 million. And with the private funds and your bond, we're getting that. And we have the opportunity that probably won't come around again, that the state is offering, that we're looking to get the funds to even better the library. And it's just, I volunteer myself all around town, and a lot of people here do the same thing. And it's just sad to see, that you can't be behind this project. I mean, we explain that we would modify it. We're hearing everybody that has comments. Mike, I know that you said that the plan didn't change. As John said, there's thousands of dollars that's spent. This is money that's not being asked to spend, that the town is being spent to look at different generations of plans. Again, we volunteer our time to try to bring this where we need to be so that we can make a better library. And it's sad to see that the board isn't, that the council isn't behind us. But I'm not sure exactly, Susan, what you're looking for. I'd be happy to meet with you separately to talk to you about what needs to be done and what would satisfy you to kind of be behind this. So feel free. Be happy to meet at the library, walk you through it, whatever you need. So, we really, really feel that you guys should be supporting this, and as a community, I think that's, it's really important for you to do that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gail Campbell, President of the Board of Trustees, 221 Greenway Road. I want to echo what Rocco just said. I know everyone here has different feelings about the project, and some people are very emotionally involved in this. But I think rationally we should all think about trying to support this project. And as we've said from the beginning, we are very open to modifying the project. Right now, our goal, as you all know, is to apply for the state grant. We've put out a concept. We hired an architect quite some years ago. We spent quite a bit of money having that original concept. And the state grant requires us to have an architect certified plan, as I've talked to you all about. Our step here is to apply for that grant and move forward from there. We're certainly willing to modify the project depending on the pool of funds that we end up with. As Betsy has said, it's difficult to fundraise without the village's support behind us. We want our donors to continue to feel confident that this project is going to get done and to continue to pledge money towards that. So that's one component. The grant, as you know, the grant was announced in 2017. The process has been much more delayed than we had thought. Had we known that it would take this long, maybe we would have been able to come up with funds to get an architect to do another plan. However, it's very difficult to ask an architect to come up with a plan for a certain amount of money that we don't even know what that's going to be in the end. So we haven't really, maybe I take that responsibility on myself. I've been overly conservative, and I haven't wanted to spend that money on more funds for an architect. So what we're really asking for you to do, and we really do want to work with you, all of you council members, please, we really do want to work with you to get a consensus on this project. But our goal right now is to apply for the state grant, and we've tried to get what we need to do that, and we have our concept, we have our certified architect's plans. But as everyone has said here, we are very, very willing to work with you to come up with a plan that everyone is in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies for walking into the last minute. Frank Del Vecchio, 65 Walter Avenue, obviously Ridgewood. I just recently heard that the council voted to increase parking meters on Ridgewood Avenue to $1.25. I can't tell you how opposed I am to this as a Ridgewood resident. I think it is going to destroy the downtown and the ability for people to shop and dine over there. And I know I hear people say that, oh, it's not Ridgewood people that use downtown Ridgewood. I'm a Ridgewood resident. I use downtown Ridgewood. And I think $1.25 is absolutely ridiculous. And I know this council has worked hard to build a garage and to do those things necessary to alleviate the parking issues we have in downtown Ridgewood. But $1.25 for on-street parking in downtown Ridgewood, it's ridiculous. Go to Westwood, they don't have $1.25 meter parking. Go to any of these other areas. Now I know that you need revenue in order to support the payment for the garage, but $1.25 is just not the way to do that right now. There's got to be a better alternative. I know it doesn't seem much, but I know the kiosks, the council has supported kiosks on Ridgewood Avenue. The kiosks seem to have taken hold. I know I've gone there, and it's easy to put your credit card in and put your plate in and walk away. But I can't imagine that those haven't brought in increased revenue, and I don't know if the council can answer that question. Has the kiosks brought in revenue increased? And I believe you just recently passed a bond to do all of Ridgewood Avenue in kiosks. Would that be accurate? I don't know if you can answer or not. Okay, but if you can't, But that being the case, just $1.25 is going to hurt the central business district. I mean, I could understand the need for increasing meters to $1, but to exceed that at this point is a mistake. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I spoke at last week's meeting about the leaf collection issue, and I noticed the manager again did not include any comments about the leaf collection issue in her report. I'm happy to report after I spoke last week, within 2 days, my street was completely cleaned. It's beautiful now, although people have now started to put out leaves again. And the real issue I'd like to address is the manager indicated that she would have a revised leaf schedule posted on the website. Such a schedule was not up as of 7:30 when I walked into this room. So I'm just curious to know if there is going to be a revised leaf collection schedule. Are people still entitled to put leaves out because they are putting them out? The gardeners are working very hard in clogging the streets again with leaves, and the residents just don't know because there's no information posted what the plan is in terms of when you can put them out and when pickup will occur. We're expecting more snow. The snow on top of the leaves creates a real safety hazard in the streets. So it is imperative, I think, for residents to know what is going to happen. And the manager, of course, promised that we'd have that information, and we still don't have that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Some more comments? All right, we'll close public comments. Hard to believe that this year is already over, pretty much, so just want to wish everyone Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, and prosperous 2020. And with that, we'll take a resolution to go into closed session.
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on December 11, 2019 at 8 p.m. or soon thereafter, as a matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held in the caucus room of the Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to personnel matters to include annual review of the village manager and legal matters to include potential litigation. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec, And be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the village council. May I have a motion?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.